Howdy folks, hey for Crow, hey Mariah. 2, I'm on my second. Hey guys, I just got set up here. We are at Lake Helena, just outside of Helena, Montana. I have never fished here before. Apparently there's trout, there's walleye, ling, possibly northern pike. We're gonna throw a couple of bottom rigs out. My son's here with me as well, so he might fish. But we'll see what we can get on the line here. Give me a few minutes to get set up. Oh yeah, see something jumping right out there. So we got fish. The guy across from me just got a little walleye. Looks beautiful out there today. Yeah, it's really nice. Finally we have a decent day. I was gonna take the boat out, but it's supposed to be really windy today. So I'm going to just do some shore fishing here. One more pull to get out. Alrighty, gonna adjust the, I just want to see that rod tip slap the water one time. I know, right? I'm gonna adjust the camera over slightly here. God, I can't even see what you can see. Can you see both the poles? 1, 2. Alright, then I'm gonna be over here. I'm gonna throw a bobber for a sec here. That's what the guy across the way is catching. He's just floating a bobber through this little canal that runs. So we have Lake Helena on this side, and then right across the road is Hauser Reservoir. Basically the same water body, but oh, there's a dead fish over here. I think that's a little walleye. Yeah, right here. Got a little floater over there. I don't know if that's a walleye, a perch. That might be a perch. I don't know if y'all can see that. It's the little guy. All right, come on, buddy. Come back over here. All right, enough dinking around. Let's catch some fish. I'll be posting some content later today, maybe tonight. I've been fishing a couple of days at a place called Willow Creek Reservoir and caught some really nice rainbow trout. Unfortunately, there's no cell signal, so I couldn't live stream from there. But we will post some videos of it. It's trash, don't touch. No, I didn't. There's soda. Something's nibbling at it. All right, buddy. The pole closest to you is yours, okay? If anything hits that one, you grab it. I'm gonna be over here fishing with this bobber. Can you guys hear me over here? I have my external mic hooked up. I enabled it after I started the stream though, so I'm not sure if it's actually working. Let me know if you can hear me or not. have my external mic hooked up. I enabled it after I started the stream though. So. Looks like you can. I can hear myself. No, you can't, but you're responding to me anyway? How's that work? I know you can't really see me over here, but I think you can hear me. There. Let me adjust this. Damien, watch that bobber right there. It's right here in the water. Watch it. Let's adjust this over. Think you can see the... All right, yeah. So how's everybody doing today? Why aren't you out fishing? That's what I want to know. Let's tighten this guy up.
Thirsty. I'm thirsty.
Go get your water bottle out of the truck. Walk, please. Stay on this side of the cars. Don't go in the road. Damien, don't touch people's cars. Kid. Oh. Which one was it? I heard bell. Did y'all see which one it was? Ah, there's some big fish jumping over there. All right, I don't know which bell that was. I need you to help me watch the bells, buddy. One of them just rang, but I don't know which one it was. Did y'all see which pole that was? Looks like he's got one on over there. He's using leeches over there. I don't have leeches, I just have worms. Looks like a good sized one he's got over there. Looks like a decent one. Let's go take a look. Damien, watch the poles. Let's see what he's got over here. A pike or a walleye? Yeah, that's a good sized walleye. Nice.
I don't like dictating the rules here.
What's that?
You only got 1 over 15.
Oh. You already got your keeper?
Huh?
You already got your keeper?
Oh, this one's maybe 14.
No, that's bigger than 14 inch. Oh, that one.
That one's 14.
Okay.
This one,
Eh,
good 5 pounder.
I think probably 3.5,
Maybe.
maybe 3. Got a scale if you want to use it. It's a nice fish though. I think the camera's still working here. Very good sized pike.
Hmm?
I said, or excuse me, very good sized walleye.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I'm gonna go check my poles.
This one.
It rang again?
I think it's no. I think I figured out that was this one. Since this one is the tall one, and this one is shaking more, and this one is shaking a little, and this one's short, so it can hold a little pressure.
Yeah, he's running leeches over there on a bobber. I wasn't sure where I was coming today, so I just brought worms. I didn't bring leeches. Yes, David. What, buddy?
I wish you can climb in this big game. You gotta. It's.
Get some music going here. Well, we haven't had any, well, we did have one bite. We haven't caught any fish yet. The guy across from me over here has caught a couple of walleye. Good sized one. It's probably 24, 25-inch walleye. Heck yeah. Definitely makes the trip worth it. Yeah. Oh, geez. That's a beautiful lake to fish, though. Yeah, that's a track. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so we're just bank fishing today. A little too windy to bring the boat out. Has moments of calm like this, which the boat would be great, but then the gusts pick up, and I think around 4 o'clock the gusts are really supposed to start. But we'll hang out here for a little bit, see if we can catch something. I'm gonna check these other poles. See if they still got worms on them. I think we've had hits on both of them that I didn't get to in time.
Unicorn?
Huh?
It's got a unicorn.
Yeah, they stole my worm. Figured as much. Let's get it rebaited and put in. All right, and on this pole here, we're running, it's a high-low rig with floaters on each of the leaders. Pretty basic setup. Works well for trout. Maybe we can get some walleye off of it. All right, check this one too. This pole's still got worms on it, slightly tangled though. Let's get that fixed and get it back in the water. What's that? Got another one? Heck yeah. He's hooked up on another one over there. He's using leeches though. I'm using worms.
Where's leeches?
Hmm?
Where's leeches?
I don't have leeches, buddy.
Tomorrow can I get leeches?
Yep. Hey, Andrew. Oh, doing good. We're just checking out some new spots today. I finally found a fishing spot that's got some decent signal, so I figured I'd stream here for a while. This is Lake Helena, right outside Helena, Montana. And right behind me is Hauser Reservoir, right across the road back that way. There's rainbow trout, brown trout. Guy behind me has caught 3 walleye so far. One really good sized one, about 25 inches or so, 3-4 pounds. I've had a couple of bites. I haven't caught anything yet though. Gorgeous day out though. How are you today, Andrew? How's everybody doing?
So hot.
Take off your extra shirt. Be careful with that iPad, you're gonna break it. Big fish keep jumping over there. Well, I can't make the sun go away, man. You're sitting in about as much shade as there is. We're not leaving. This is where we're staying for a while. There, a cloud finally covered the sun. Feels much better. I don't know. Ooh. You can cup it. There was a bite, but now I don't feel anything.
What bite?
Big fish jumping. Well, they still half a worm.
Yep, he did. What perch here? Yeah.
What?
Is there bluegill?
I don't know. Maybe. All we have so far today is worm stealers. They're just stealing our bait. Hopefully we can hook up on something. Seems like the fish are active at least. Yeah, watch that bobber over there. Why do you ask to come fishing if you don't want to fish?
No fishing from fish.
Just, uh, This isn't a bridge. This is a pier. That's the bridge that the truck just drove over.
Casey,
What up, buddy?
did something spill in your bucket?
No, I don't think so. That spot was here before.
Go on that spot. Where giant bubbles.
What's up, Brando Zytek, Oregon here. How's everyone? Doing well. We are currently fishing for walleye and trout. I'm here with my son outside Helena, Lake Helena. I'm trying to see if we can get some trout or a nice fat walleye on the line. It's a new spot for me. I've never fished here, but the guy fishing right behind me has got 3 walleye so far. Yeah, that's what we're hoping for.
But this little.
Yeah, he's using leeches back there though. All I have is worms. Seems
Yeah.
like the walleye are hitting real good on leeches right now though.
Little weapon.
Very cool. How you doing today, Brando? How's the fishing up in Oregon? Where'd that bobber go? Oh, there it is.
See it?
Keep an eye on it. If one bites on it, it's probably a walleye. We've had a few decent bites, but I was watching the other pole when it happened, so I missed them. One of these days I need to get one of them rigs that auto sets the hook when you're for bank fishing. Especially when I'm running multiple poles. It's not bad if you're only using one because you can hold it, but when you're running multiple, I always never seems to fail. It doesn't matter what pole I'm holding, it's the one I'm not that gets the bite on it.
Casey, is that actually a charger?
Yes, don't touch.
Wait, is that the right charger? For my tablet?
I don't know if that plug will fit your tablet. Did your battery die?
Not really. If it dies, like tell text it.
Sorry guys. Somehow just popped my mic off. Oops. Holy crap, that was a big fish that just jumped.
What kind of big fish?
I don't know, it looked like a carp maybe. Had to have been good 2.5 feet. I was near 30 inches, 28, 30 inches. Good sized fish. Burbot super. Big fish.
Is that the kitty?
Oh, oh damn it. I'm tangled. Oh, buddy. Tangled in, I think I lost the fish. Dang it. Well, I just lost the first good bite. And they're hitting pink today. Yesterday was all yellow. Now it's pink. Let's try this again. Oh, good God.
Again?
Yep. Just lost both my worms. Oh, man. Need to pay attention behind me.
The shade will come.
The shade comes when the cloud covers the sun.
And the cloud will cover the sun, no sunlight. Let me see my tablet. It's light. I think it's okay.
Alright, let's try this again. Maybe we can do it without smacking the damn railing behind us.
Yeah, listen to you. Good God. Someone can't reach me, so yeah. This one couldn't reach me.
Oh. I'm not paying attention to the poles. Wait, is that me? Never mind, that's me. Jeez. Uh-oh, they're coming for me. What's up, Outfish? Hey, sorry I wasn't paying attention. Appreciate the like. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of walleye and trout fishing here at Lake Helena. No luck so far. Had a couple of bites, but haven't managed to land anything, unfortunately. How you doing today? Getting a nibble. Be nice if it was more than a nibble. Doing good, family day. Nice. Same. I wanted to take the boat out today, but the forecast was for like 25-mile-an-hour gusts. And my little flat-bottom aluminum John boat just gets tossed around when the wind gets like that. So we're just doing a little testing of some new spots. Trying to see if I can find some spots that I can stream from. This spot seems like it's decent. Good walleye spot from what I understand. The guy across from me just got a 25-incher. He says about 5 pounds. I say about 3 pounds. But nice fish nonetheless. And he's got 3 smaller ones, 14, 15 inchers. But this might actually be a good spot to do some live streaming or like night fishing from. Got a nice little pier here. There's rainbow trout, there's walleye. I think there's northern pike in the area here, probably brown trout, carp, bourbon here too. Never caught one of those. You have bourbon where you live, Ling? They get fairly sizable here, I guess. Stocked fish, yeah, a lot of them. There's a whole series of lakes and reservoirs here. This is Lake Helena. Right across the road from me, there's like a dike, a dam between. There's Hauser Reservoir. Further up from here is Canyon Ferry. Further down that way is Upper Holter and then Holter Lake. It's all the Missouri River that flows through there here, and they dam it up into reservoirs and lakes. But yeah, most of these water bodies around here are heavily stocked. Oh, right on. Yeah, I've never managed to catch one. I've seen a couple of people catch one when we night fish, but they supposedly get fairly sizable. State record here is like 15 or 17 pounds. The biggest one I've ever seen somebody catch is, 2-3 pounds, just little guys. On the ice, yeah. A lot of the people that I know that have caught them have done it ice fishing. But no, I took the last couple of days. I've been again searching for some new fishing spots, and I found a reservoir that I fished yesterday and the day before that's just full of fat rainbow trout. Caught my new PB. It's like a 23-inch, almost 5 pounds. Which is by no means a massive trout, but it's the biggest rainbow trout I've ever caught. But they were averaging about 4 pounds that I was pulling out. I wanted to take the boat back and do some trolling there, but again, the wind's just been gnarly. It's not supposed to be quite as bad tomorrow, so I might take the boat out. We'll just have to see. It's nice right now. It's just, it goes from this like calm, peaceful, 4 or 5 mile an hour breeze up to like 25 mile an hour gusts, and just I don't like being out on the water when it's like that. I'm gonna try the river in the morning from the boat. Nice. I put my boat in the river infrequently. I like to do lakes and reservoirs more so. I never have the greatest luck from the river. I mean, I've caught some big fish from the river. I get skunked more often than not. That, and unless I got more than one person on the boat, I'm only allowed one pole. As I always say, I like to have at least 2 poles in the water. So I'm here with my son right now, so we got 3 in the water. Ain't doing us no damn good. I ain't catching nothing, but
Casey,
what are you catching the river by you?
Casey,
What, buddy?
what time is it?
5 o'clock.
So 2 miles until we pick up Mama.
Well, we're gonna see. I texted Tracy to see if maybe she'll pick up Mama.
I have to stay until night.
Maybe.
I don't want to stay here by night.
He has to work tomorrow, so you'll be solo. Oh, how old's your son? Mine's 9. He's just a little guy. Walleye and bass would be the bite. 16, okay.
What's that?
A bird?
What's a cat?
No, there's just birds squawking. Seagulls yelling at each other. Yeah, there's good walleye here. I just think the guy behind me is catching them off the leeches. All I have is worms. They don't seem to like my worms. I think it's the trout that have been biting on my poles. Hey, David Bennett, welcome. Yeah, definitely. Good luck on your fish tomorrow. Out fish. How you doing today, David? Oh, I ought to get this other pole back in with the bobber on it. Took it off and was throwing a lure for a little bit, but no bueno, no bite. So I think I'm gonna throw a bobber back in. Give me a moment here, guys. In fact, I gotta go back to my truck and grab, oh, another container of worms. Buddy, will you keep an eye on these 2 poles?
Are you going home?
No, I'm going to my truck. Yeah, I'm gonna go home 2 hours away from here and leave you here with all my stuff. I'll see you tomorrow. Just hang out, have fun.
Casey.
What's up, SoCal? How you doing? I'm doing great. Just out here trying to get something to do more than just steal my worm. Doing a little bit of walleye fishing, trout fishing. I haven't had any luck so far. Guy right across from me's catching them. He's got the leeches. Apparently they're hitting on leeches. They don't like my worms. That's all right. I have been getting bites. I just haven't been able to set them. Well, looks like he's got another one on over there. Gonna need to go steal his leeches. Oh, I used to raise. I had a little fish tank for my son, and his fish kept dying. So we turned it into a leech tank, and I raised leeches all last year, but I forgot to feed them for a little bit too long, and they started eating each other, and I ended up with one fat leech. Hey, SoCal. Yeah, I didn't catch the live yesterday. I've been fishing the last couple of days for trout. Unfortunately, somewhere that does not have any internet connection. So I was not able to join your live. I will be posting here maybe later tonight a couple of videos from that water body. It's catching some really chunky rainbow trout, really pretty trout. Spinners, nothing else working. I have 2 poles out that are just my high-low rig with worms on them and some floaters on each of them. And then the guy behind me is catching them left and right just with a bobber and a leech. I threw spinner for a little bit, an inline spinner. I threw one of my square nose shallow driving crankbaits. They don't want none of my stuff. So I'm gonna go back to the bobber here on this pole. Throw a worm on. If I can find my damn bobber. There we go. So how was your luck yesterday, SoCal? Did you catch your halibut or whatever you were going after? Davian, enough. Come on, buddy.
That fish?
There was a fish that just jumped, yeah.
Another fish?
The heck did my bobber go? There it is.
100th day of the year of fishing.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Is this the 100? How many? Casey. So this world has been this world.
5 hours of fishing, caught one stingray the size of a small kid's meal pancake from my house. I mean, that's still a cool catch. Even if it wasn't big, stingrays are neat.
Casey.
I caught just that one when I was a kid in Florida. He was big though. He was like 4 foot across. Had a big old gnarly tail on him.
Casey.
What, man?
Is the world like 2025 years old?
No, it's billions of years old.
Why?
What do you mean, why? I don't know why the Earth is billions of years old. Just, it is. That's not a question that has a why.
It is kind of like why. You add
Oh.
the why to everything that's in the ABCs for why.
It was so small it didn't even move the line. One of them, you just reel it back in, and it's like, oh, I had a fish on the line. Interesting. good kid. He is. He asks some ridiculous questions sometimes.
I think he whipped it on the ground.
Oh. Well, fish
Why?
food. It's dry, it's dead. We wanna, definitely it is. How do you answer that? Why is the earth billions of years old? Other than because it is. There's no why to that, it just is. It's like asking why you're 9 years old, because you were born 9 years ago. I mean, I want to check the bait and didn't even know it was there until I saw it. Didn't even feel it as I reeled it in. The other day I guess it was a couple of weeks ago now, I was fishing with I don't know, it was like a half-inch little brown trout colored spoon and reeled it in, and on the end of the treble I had a half-inch sized brown trout
Like
impaled on the treble hook of it. Like, how does that even happen? I caught a brown trout smaller than the brown trout lure I was throwing.
Like this? A little finger mitten?
Oh, he's a thinker, all right.
I just show it to the camera.
The camera's over there. Yeah, that guy over, he's got two guys standing right next to him throwing the exact same rig, bobbers with, you know, like a 3-4 foot leader, a hook, and they're using worms like I am, and he's using leeches. Same exact setup, but he's catching and we're not. Did have a cool view of the fireworks from SeaWorld, so that was something. Yeah, that's cool. When I was in Cali, I lived for a while right near Disneyland, so we would see the fireworks show every night from there. That and same vicinity of I guess it's the Angels Stadium. I think that's what they're called now, the baseball field. And every night that they would have a game there, they would set off fireworks too. Sometimes we'd have 2 nightly fireworks shows. Up for the poles. Any bait shops near you? You get a leech or 12? There probably is. I'm about an hour and a half away from my house. I've never fished this water body before. And it's Helena, Montana. And I have never spent much time here other than driving through. There's a Sportsman's Warehouse somewhere here in town that I stop at. Usually when I pass through. But I'd have to look on Google. There probably is. I might have to go snag some here in a little bit if we don't have any luck. You're gonna get a sliver if you don't be careful. I don't care about that. You're running your hand along wood. Wood gives splinters.
No, this one I'm running on.
It can go right through that. Go get a sliver if you want. You don't want to believe me, then have at it. But don't come crying to me when you get one. Said don't come crying to me when you get a sliver. Yeah, if you want so, Cal. I'm just at, I'm right on the diversion dam between Lake Helena and Hauser Reservoir. So like the water body that I'm fishing in is Lake Helena, and right behind me, literally right across the road, is Hauser Reservoir. And then there's like a little canal that runs between them. So I think it's considered East Helena. I gotta holler and see if I can get somebody to pick my girlfriend up from work. We drove around too long today trying to find a spot. By the time I got settled here, we don't have all that much time to fish unless I can get somebody to grab her from work. Damien, buddy, stay away from the road, please. Call Tracy.
Calling Tracy DeVoe Mobile.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, honey.
Hi.
How's your mouth?
It's doing all right.
One's getting better?
Yeah. It usually just takes a few days.
Oh, well, it just looked like a big gnarly hole. It was very painful. Brought back memories.
Definitely wasn't very fun.
No.
I texted you a little bit ago. I assume you didn't see my text.
No?
Uh,
Not my phone? Well, I had my phone on. What did you text me?
I was asking to see if you could possibly pick up Tia from work at 7:30.
7:30? Do you
Yeah.
have gas? Will we have enough gas to get to town? Well, we gotta get to town sometime or other to get gas. Yeah, because we were running low on gas the other day when I took her to work, and I should have stopped then.
Oh. Yeah, I usually get gas at Smith's right across the parking lot. They give a small discount if you shop there.
Where?
Smith's. Yeah, Smith's. Right
Oh,
across the
Smith's.
right across the parking lot from Home Depot.
Yeah, Neil and Dottie always get their gas there because they still shop over there from when Neil used to work there. Yeah, because I just noticed the gas out here went up to 3.25, so I don't know what it is in town. What did in-town gas go up to?
It's all over the place. Anywhere
You
from
know, it's
316 to 325.
yeah, I just noticed that, and yet people, I just was watching the news. Was it yesterday? And they're just ranting and raving about, oh my God, our gas is lower now than it has been in 4 years. And it's like, where the fuck do you live?
In places where they don't have a lot of fuel taxes, state and county taxes. That's what the bulk of the cost comes from. Each state
Well,
tax.
that's what you were telling me before. But I mean, shouldn't all that play into the same thing? I mean, like, still that this should then. I mean, what was our gas 4 years ago? Was it just way more with our taxes and everything?
No, it's pretty much. I mean, it's stayed almost the same since I've moved back to Montana.
Yeah, they're just saying
It's
that
gone up
there's.
slightly. Like it was just over $3. Now it's 325.
Oh, I know because the one time we were in town and one place was
If I
315
remember
and
it
one
right.
was
It's
316 and
fine.
then
No,
the
look.
next time we came to town it was like 325 or 329 and it's just like
It,
wow.
it goes all over the place.
Yeah.
Damien, please don't climb on that, buddy.
I'm not.
But
So
anyways,
where are
yeah,
you
I'm
at?
I'm in Helena. We ended up. I drove to Hauser. We fished there for a little bit off the below the dam. Didn't have any luck there. So I drove up to a couple of different stops at Hauser. All of them want $5 to $10 to park your goddamn truck just to go fish.
Serious?
Yeah, it's stupid. So I drove a little further up, and now I'm at the edge of Hauser where it meets Lake Helena.
Oh.
So I mean,
Is
it's
this something that a lot of them have gone to the gym and
Most of them are, yeah, a lot of the boat launches and slash campsites. If there's a campsite attached to it, like Halter does the same thing. You got to pay to park and or to launch a boat, and they have little to no parking, that's outside of the maintained area. They basically corral you into the maintained area so they can charge you the fee. Damien, I'm not going to tell you again. If you want to sit in the truck for the rest of the night, go ahead and keep jumping on that.
You know, we don't go down by Broadwater Bay, like, like in the evening times. Does it really pack up in there, like the parking lot, and like where people launch their boats and stuff?
When it's when it's warm out, that place gets absolutely packed.
Okay. Yeah, because it
What?
was
I'm
always
just doing
just
this.
like a parking lot.
I told you to quit. Come on, but yeah, so I'm like 90 minutes away, and if I gotta pick her up at 7:30, I gotta leave here in less than an hour.
Well, we'll go ahead and we'll make our way. We'll just go ahead then and get gas over at the Smith's place then.
Okay.
Oh, it's not going to be cheaper to get gas out here than it will be Smith's.
No, it's about a dime cheaper, and then again, if you have a Smith's card, even if you don't shop there, it'll give you a nickel to a dime off a gallon. But if you do shop there, it varies how much of a discount you get depending on how much you spend. You can get 25, 35 cents off a gallon.
No, we never got into the habit of shopping there because it's just so much more expensive than
Wow.
I mean on sales and stuff. But shit, I think Smith's sometimes is more expensive than Albertsons.
Sometimes it depends.
So no, the store's up the way. It is. It's going to be about a dime more
Damien,
expensive.
stop picking icky things off the ground, man. No, put that down.
What's that?
That's been in somebody's mouth.
What's that then?
It's the end of a cigar.
What's a
Will you
cigar?
quit picking garbage up, please?
What's a cigar?
Okay, all right, I'm gonna let you go. He's driving me crazy, and I'm trying to stream.
All right. Okay, babe. I'll talk to you later.
All right, thank you.
What is a cigar?
Love you.
Uh,
Bye.
but
So what is a cigar? I said.
a cigar, it's like a cigarette. It's like a little cigarette. That's the mouthpiece for it. Stop picking trash up and playing with it.
Do you have a cigar?
Capital Sports, 1092 Helena Avenue. It sounds vaguely. Does it show that they have leeches? There's a jingle. They're just baby jingles, so what is that? Come on. It's the same pole that keeps getting hit. I need to just hold this pole. You've been called and confirmed they have leeches in stock. Closes at 6. Well, shit. I might have to pack up here and head over and grab some. Appreciate it, Chuckel. It's nice of you. Siri, find directions to 1092 Helena Avenue.
It's me.
Getting directions to 1092 Helena Avenue, Helena.
That's me.
Oof. 14 miles. Yeah, the only problem is there's so many people. I guarantee you, fucking, if I leave, somebody's gonna snag my spot. Everybody just started showing up. I'm gonna pan the camera around here. I got a whole line of people fishing down the bank. Wonder if I can DoorDash leeches. Text Tia.
What do you want to say to Tia?
Tracy is gonna pick you up from work at 7:30.
Sending. Tracy is gonna pick you up from work at 7:30.
So SoCal, what are you normally using for bait for halibut? Do you just use cut bait? Do you use live bait? Normally Carolina rig, sardine, or live squid. Interesting.
Why is Mom gonna? What Casey's gonna pick up Mama and then you're going home
No, we're staying for fishing for a while, buddy.
for just night?
Till I feel like going home. Quiet, please. Yesterday we were stuck with frozen sardines and squid. Oh, it stinks. Yeah, I just recently picked up a live bait trap. I think next time I take the boat out, I'm gonna either throw it on the dock or throw it on the shore nearby where I fish, so I can pick up some fresh live bait. It's all gonna be killed in my area to use it, but the fresh stuff usually seems to always get a better bite than the frozen stuff. Quit. It's 5:30. That looked like a nibble again. Maybe. Or not.
Where does shade come as long as clouds is not covering the Clouds are not covering the sun.
All right, watch the poles for a minute, buddy. Big fish jumping all over the damn place. I need to throw some top water. I'm gonna run to the truck and grab a battery so I can charge this phone. Watch the poles, buddy.
No bites.
Okay, thank you.
Guys, I'm so bored.
Hi, Josie. Doing good. I haven't caught anything yet today, but I'm getting bites constantly. The guy right behind us has caught, I think, 4 walleye so far. But good day. It is a gorgeous day out. I was hoping to take the boat out, but it was forecasted to be super windy, so I'm not seeing all the wind. This is a spot I've never fished before, so we're just testing it out. He's using leeches. I don't have any leeches. I'm just running with worms. But yeah, there's like 3-4 people fishing right next to him that are all running worms, and the only person catching anything's him. So the walleye definitely seem like they're keyed in on leeches tonight. Though I've been getting constant bites. I just, every time I set down the goddamn pole, I get a bite. Oh, leeches aren't that bad. I usually have a container in the freezer. Last year we raised them in a fish tank, but I didn't feed them very much over the winter and they ate each other. So I need to clean the tank out and go get some more. But I fished yesterday and the day before at a new place as well, Willow Creek Reservoir. Unfortunately, there's no cell signal there, so I couldn't stream. But got some really big rainbow trout. Big for me at least, 4+ pounders all day long. You just got home from the river, caught a couple of small A's, nothing to brag about. It was a good time. Oh, glad to hear that. Your weather getting a little nicer over there? We've just been having a shitload of wind. Past 3 days it's been 25-mile-an-hour plus gusts, and it's just too much. I can't take the boat out. It's even hard to fish from shore. Quit. We'll get some food in a little bit. Yeah, it's just been too windy to take the boat out, so I've been fishing from shore.
It's not very windy now, so it's
No.
not too windy. So
The boat is 2 hours away, and we have 3 hours of fishing left. We're not going home to get the boat right now. Yeah, I normally don't target rainbows, but it's a spot, I don't know, it's about an hour from my house.
I need a fish doesn't like worms.
Damien, please. So yeah, I fished there for a couple of days. Got a new PB rainbow, 23 inches and 4.5 pounds. And got a bunch of other ones that were anywhere from 19 to 22 inches and 3 to 4 pounds. Really nice, fat rainbows. But I'll be posting some videos of those catches tonight or tomorrow. It's been raining really close by, but it fizzles out before it gets here. 80 or so, pretty nice. Right on. Yeah, it's a little over 80 right now. It's been between mid 70s and 80s, depending on whether the clouds are covering the sun or not. Really nice though. This is a nice fishing spot. I will have to come back here and fish again sometime. Next time I'm definitely going to bring some leeches though. Enough, man. Where do you get those? A bait shop? Yeah, there's a couple of local places where I live that sell them. And there's one place here in town in Helena that sells them, but they just closed, and they're a 20-minute drive from here. Yeah, there's only a handful of places that sell them because there are problems, I guess, with leech being invasive species in places. So they're basically a controlled bait. It's not like worms. You can buy worms almost anywhere. You can only buy leeches at a handful of authorized sellers through the state.
Casey, is there somewhere we can eat at where it's very close to like a restaurant?
I don't know, man. I'm not from here. I don't know.
Have you fished here before?
Nope, I've never fished here before.
Oh, I see a town. Right over there.
Yeah, I know, but that's like a 20-minute drive over there. I said maybe in a little bit, buddy. Please quit. I'm not gonna repeat myself a bunch of times. You're fine. Yeah, we have a couple of bait shops that sell, that are legit bait shops that sell live baits. You can get half a dozen different kinds of live fish. They sell 2 or 3 different kinds of worms, leeches, mealworms, a whole bunch of random stuff. But again, they're not very common because they only issue a certain number of permits in the state. It seems weird. It's like bait dealers. It's like I'm not trying to buy drugs. I'm trying to buy bait. I'm gonna check on our bait here. Speaking of which, I'm having nibbles at this pole. I have a feeling at least one of my worms is gone. Well, most of that one. They left me a little nub. I'm gonna throw a little bit of a bread bowl on one of these. See if maybe there's some carp in here too. I was using those worms from Fish Forever Life Again. They work well. The fish just tear them up so easy. Oh, yeah. It's cool they work well. I do hate that though, because baits like that tend to be way more expensive than they should be. And then if they're fragile on top of it, you end up going through a whole bunch of them, spending a crap load of money. Can you not? No, I guess the tail thingy that was on them looked like it was part of the lure. A lot of lures like that you can get, extra parts for, and you can replace like the swim tail on them. And there's a big ass fish surfacing over here. Look like trout. What?
Something like a blue thing on this side.
Okay. Throw a nub of bread dough on this one too. What, Damien? They rip it off the hook, then they have trouble rehooking it. Oh. Yeah, they get rubbers like that, they get loose. You can only hook them so many times before they really don't want to stay anymore. You can try maybe cutting off, a half inch or so of it so you got a fresh spot to poke through.
I'm taller than you.
No, you're not taller than me. You're not taller than me, Damien. You probably will be someday, but not today.
See, I am taller.
Who's gone?
Them.
Yeah, they left.
And,
He caught 4 walleye and then left.
walleye, and then he left.
He caught 4 of them and then he left.
Can I bring leeches here tomorrow?
There's a nibble. I don't know if we're gonna come here tomorrow. But yeah, next time we come here, I'm definitely gonna bring some leeches.
So, yep, they're coming.
Please stop climbing on stuff. Damien, come on, man. Stop making me repeat myself. You're gonna sit in the truck for the rest of the night if you want to.
No, can I just do this?
No.
This? Wait, Casey, this bench was made in 2020. That's when I was born for that. They made that bench.
Quit, man. Yeah, right. No, I didn't even notice him leaving. Otherwise, I would have asked him if I could snag whatever he had left over. Though he might have been leaving because he ran out of bait. The world will never know. Damien, can you please quit with the noises? Enough, please. Do you want to go sit in the truck?
No.
Don't be sticking your fucking fingers in there. You're gonna get them stuck.
That, can do this, that.
Enough. Unless they caught something after I fell asleep. I think SoCal even got skunked yesterday. I was surprised. He came in earlier. He stopped through and he said he spent 5 hours fishing and all he caught was he said it was like a 4-inch stingray or something. Just an itty bitty little guy. He didn't even know he caught anything. He was bringing the pole back in to rebait it and there was a tiny little stingray on it. No, I had a pretty good day yesterday fishing. I think I caught 5 rainbows, ranging from 19 to 22 inches. Not quite as good as the day before, but I was fishing from a dock, so I'm surprised I caught anything. That was a big fish right there. Okay, I'll be here, Josie. Just waiting on a bite. Actually looking to see if I can find somewhere that will deliver food to here. If I leave, I think somebody's gonna snag my spot. Stop. I'm gonna call and see if I can order pizza.
Order pizza here?
Yeah, I looked on the map and I think you guys are just right up. Right on. Good tip. arms. Welcome back, Josie. I was trying to order pizza from the kitchen. Bastards. So they're 8 miles, but they'll only deliver 5. There's no way that's 8 miles. Knock it off. Oh, I think I missed it again. Damn it. What is with these weenie ass bites? Are there any fish that are actually hungry? No, I'm hungry. I just don't want to lose my spot. Positive if I move from here, there will be someone here by the time I get back. Any luck? We've had a bunch of bites. The guy right next to us caught like 4 walleye. He's using leeches though, and all I have is worms. They don't want my worms. But I have had a bunch of bites. I think it's just trout though. Or suckers. I'm currently starving. I'm trying to find somewhere that'll deliver food to me so I don't have to leave. Missed the main event last night. Yeah, I think I told her about it. You be very careful, buddy. Do not drop that in the water.
I'm holding very hard, not
Stay there. I'm just going to get a soda. Oh, you missed the fireworks stream? That's too bad. still a fish, man. The moment I turn my camera on, I don't catch anything. At least for live streams. That's how it works. As soon as I turn the camera off, I get a 7-pound bass. Yeah, like I said, I went fishing yesterday and the day before. I caught a new PB rainbow trout. 4 or 5 other, 4+ trout, 4+ pound trout. Good fishing. But again, the only difference is I had just my camera rolling up my live stream. I've had terrible luck on stream catching anything. I think I caught the first day I caught two fish, 2 itty bitty bass when Josie was watching. And I think I've caught a carp when nobody was in the room and a little baby perch. Out of like 8, 9 streams. It's been terrible, and I apologize. None of the good spots have freaking internet access. Cell signal. I should be able to catch something here. I keep getting bites. I'm not holding a pole, so they get away from me. Seriously considering Starlink on the boat. I'm contemplating that as well. It's just, it's expensive, and I'm not sure how I would power it. I still have a bunch of shit I need to wire up on my boat, but I think it's like 50 or 60 bucks a month for 50 gig, which I'm pretty sure you would go through in a couple of streams. I mean, if you're only going to stream a couple of times a month from places that you need it, it would probably be okay. But if you're going to stream often, you would have to go with the unlimited plan, and it's like 135 bucks a month. Which, I mean, I already pay for Starlink. That's what I have for my home internet because I live in a rural location. But they don't have any kind of like package deals. Spending 135 bucks a month so I can get internet on my boat is a bit steep. It would be nice though, it definitely would, but then the problem would be is how do you power it all day long and where do you mount it, and just more things to figure out. One of these days. %, power and mounting are an issue. Yeah, I know that because it's essentially the one you would put on a boat is the Starlink Mini or whatever I think it's called, and then you just get the roaming plan with it. But I think it still takes like it's either 25 or 35 watts constant power to power the dish, and I don't know, you would need either a separate battery bank for it or, you know, to constantly be trolling using your main motor so you can power the battery that it's being run from. And it's not a ton of power, but it's a decent amount of power that would drain a battery fairly quickly, I would think. Waiting for old Elon to make it pocket size and run off a battery bank. Well, so what they're introducing now is essentially a cell phone service. So instead of needing the dish, your cell phone is able to communicate with the Starlink satellites. I think they only have a limited number of test satellites up right now that have the capability of broadcasting the cell signal. But I think that's what's next down the pipeline is you won't even need the dish. I don't know though if it will work with, you know, your existing cell phone or if you'll need, you know, a Starlink phone in order to use it. But that's where I mean, that's essentially what you're asking for is pocket size. You put it in your pocket, it acts as your cell phone. You can stream right from it. But I think it said there's a whole bunch of launches scheduled late 2025 or early 2026 in order to start the constellation for that service. I don't know how long it's going to take for them to roll it out. I know that they do a crap load of satellite launches a year. So I don't know if it's just going to be piggybacked on top of the next gen satellites that service all of the different offerings they have, or if it's going to be just if they're going to need a completely separate constellation of satellites for it. But that would be pretty sweet. No more dropped signals freaking going, into rural areas. As long as, well, you still would. You still need a clear view of the sky, I would imagine. But a lot fewer dropped signals. It'll work in a lot of different areas. I'm gonna have to look that back up again tonight. I want to say it was the public launch for it is supposed to be sometime in 2026. Either way, a live stream from out in the ocean tuna fishing would be sick. Heck yeah. Now, there's a couple of channels that I watch that do live stream from the ocean, and I think that's what they do use is this Starlink. But they're also running, $500,000 boats. They're big charter boats. They got massive battery banks and all sorts of stuff. It just makes it super easy to add stuff on like that. They already have, the advanced nautical systems, lights, and all that shit. But that definitely would be nice. Yeah, so many. It's essentially all of my list of places that I like to frequent fishing, minus like one or two, which are bank fishing spots. All of them have crap signal. That's what I'm doing out today. I've been driving around today and the last couple of days looking for places that I could stream from and take my boat. I haven't found anywhere yet besides here. Pulling more power than your house does. Yeah. Now I've got two batteries on my boat, my crank battery and a house battery, but I'm still in the process of wiring all the shit up for my nav lights and to do my cameras and stuff. Got too many things on my to-do list and not enough time to do them. I would if I would quit fishing for a few months, but I don't want to. Got one main battery and one for trolling motor. I need 2 more for accessories. Yeah, see, I don't run. I need to. That's another thing that I've been saying I'm going to do for the past 3 seasons. But I need to get my batteries and the wiring set up first. I troll off of my main jet motor. I don't have a fancy electric trolling motor. I would love to get one though. There are certain areas where the jet is just, it's painful to troll with. Not only is it hard to get down to, you know, the mile and a half speed that, like rainbow trout like are super slow troll. The walleye trolls that I've seen people do are often super slow. At, you know, just neutral in my jet, with my jet motor running, I'm running, you know, 1.7, 1.8 miles an hour. 2 if I got the wind at my back. So it's just, it's hard to get down to, you know, a really slow crawl, which is helpful for certain trolls. That and trolling in super shallow, while I can go super shallow with the boat, trolling oftentimes the shallows are full of weeds, and you suck that shit up with your jet and it clogs it up, and it's just a giant pain in the butt. A little electric troll motor would be so handy. That, and instead of having to throw the anchor out all the time, I could just do, you know, spot lock. Oh, your trolling doesn't have spot lock? Yeah, that's one of the most handy features. And then I know some of them you can set, like it'll follow contour lines, so you can set, you know, continue to troll at 20 foot or, you know, 25 foot, and it'll bring you along and just keep you at 25 foot. So you don't actually have to control the trolling motor while you're trolling. Will you please quit picking icky garbage off the ground?
I don't know what's that.
It's a cigarette butt.
This?
Yes.
Oh, this secret?
Yes.
Around the end?
Stop picking icky things up off the ground, please. Oh, man. I really wish I could take you guys to the place that I was fishing yesterday and the day before. Willow Creek Reservoir. I posted a video last night of the sunset there. Just gorgeous. It's on the Rocky Mountain front. Yeah, so you got the mountains as the backdrop. Beautiful lake. And it's just, it's like heaven on earth. Yeah, some of those will follow the chart plotter and topo maps. Mine can't follow itself if I ask. Yeah. Now they make some really nice ones. They're not cheap though. I mean, $2,000, $2,500 for, you know, a really nice one. Wow, that's the starting point. They get way more expensive than that as well, depending on how big of a boat you're running. I'm running a pretty small boat though. I don't need a super powerful one. But yeah, I would probably want another bank of, you know, LiPo batteries or something to run those. Ideally, I want to get nav lights and a night light set up. I love doing night fishing. It's just tough to do without, you know, proper lighting. You need lights on the front, the back of the boat. Just the you know, the legal requirement for them, but then you also need floodlights, basically headlights, tail lights, so you can see into the water and see what the hell you're doing. Seen some that are 5 to 8K. Yeah, they get stupid expensive. But those super expensive ones like that, normally I think you don't, most of those are for much bigger boats. You know, if you're running, you know, a 22, a 24 footer and you need a trolling motor, and you're running in current, you need a trolling motor that can keep up. I'm running a 16-foot aluminum boat. I mean, it ain't gonna take much. I think the last time I was looking, it was about $2,500 for the one that I want. But I still have all the wiring and shit to do before I go down that route. Battery power navigation lights. Yeah, you can. I've seen those. I want to do, you know, the nav lights and some onboard lights, you know, so you can have lights on the boat and actually see your tackle and see in the storage compartments. And so the battery powered, well, that's quick and easy. It's long term. It's not going to solve. It's not going to get me where I want to be with the lighting on the boat. I've got half the shit to wire it up. I just have not taken the time to actually do it. I got to do some fabricating on the boat to get somewhere to even mount all of it. Someday I'll figure it out. What are you doing over there, man? Are you on your tablet? Yeah. Okay. I have a bunch of driving and deck lights for the boat. I just can't get off my ass to install it. Yeah, it's like me. I have a whole pile of stuff that goes to the boat that I just have not found the time yet to dig into. Keep buying shit. I haven't done it. The plan was this year was to get electricity run out to my shop, so I have lights in there, and then to roll the boat in there for the winter and do some work on it. I was going to last year, but I frickin' dislocated my shoulder at the end of the year and was out of action for, 3-4 months. Couldn't really do much of anything. So this year, hopefully I can get some downtime during the winter to work on the boat. Well, these guys sure aren't liking this bobber over here, so I think I'm going to throw a lure on there and toss her for a bit. Or we could get a bite over here. Come on. Oh, they're just teasing me. It's been all day on this pole since I got here. Nothing on this one. Every half an hour on this one I get a nibble and then it's gone. Super annoying. Oh, there it is again. Come on. Stop fucking with me. Take it. Why? Every time I set the pole down. Will y'all just take the damn bait? Or go away? Pick one? Y'all seeing this? Damn fish is taunting me. 12-inch LED nav. Light strips on the bow. They're installed. Just have to wire them in. It's only been 4 months. Sounds about right. Come on. I don't even know what else in this lake. It could be bluegill screwing with me for all I know. Man, there are such big fish jumping here. Will walleye eat topwater? Did I get it? Oh, it's on there. It's a baby, whatever it is. Oh, Lord. What on earth? That is the biggest walleye I've ever seen in my life. Look at this, guys. Yeah. No wonder I. Oh, God, night. There we go. The biggest walleye you've ever seen in your life, I guarantee it. Finally a fish. Pretty.
Stay like this. Let me take a picture.
Alright, take a picture. Gotta hurry up though and get them back.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, come on, come on. Oh! Damien, quit, man. Alright, you're going back.
Can't free it nicely.
Nope.
Could I just gone there and just walked on there and then just go down and...
He's fine. He swam away.
Yeah, but I got it.
First fish of the stream. That was massive. But that explains why they keep just pecking at the pole and then disappearing. It's a frickin' they're babies.
It is. There it is. You see? There's the fish. I don't know why my screen is so dirty, but...
Because you're playing with it in the dirt.
I'm not playing with birds. I don't have to do that. See right there? Look. I can actually edit my... Oh, I thought your stuff was getting it away.
So yeah, what I'm fishing with, it's again, it's a high-low rig. It's what I always use for catfishing, carp fishing, even trout fishing. It's got the two standoffs, but I'm running a leader, and I'm running a, because it's a bottom rig and a lot of the fish that I'm fishing for aren't bottom fish, I put these floaters on there. I run them down the leader, and it just makes them float off in the water up off the bottom of the lake. And of course, the longer the leaders you have, the higher it's going to float up off the bottom. So it's kind of like a drop shot rig, but not. Finally the skunk's gone. But again, I don't know, maybe I'm just gonna have to turn this stream into catching the tiniest fish possible. Because that's what I'm catching live. It's a different way to fish. Again, it's like a drop shot rig, but again, you're putting the floating arms on there. So instead of everything just kind of drooping and hanging down, it elevates it in the water, keeps it up off the bottom, and again, it gives you it works as an attractant as well. Again, like yesterday and the day before when I was fishing for the trout, they all hit off the yellow and green ball that I have. Almost nothing, no bites off the pink. But today, all the bites, every time I pull my lines in, the worm's gone off the pink floater. So it acts as an attractant. Super cheap too. You can get a package of 20 of those floating balls for a couple of bucks. But it just gives you some versatility. Again, I fish that same rig for a lot of different things, so I try and use it, the basis, the two arms, to fish different tactics, whether it be on the bottom for carp or, raised up a little bit for the trout. It seems to, I guess, work for the walleye as well. Most of the people fishing here for walleye are using a bobber, and then they run, 2, 3, 4 foot leader off of it with a hook and a leech, or a hook and a worm. So this is the same kind of concept. It's bringing it a little bit off the bottom. I don't know how deep. I think it's only 5-6 foot deep here. So it's same basic principle. It's just getting it a couple of feet off the bottom. Yeah, you missed it, SoCal. I caught a monster. Biggest walleye you ever seen in your life, I guarantee it. If you're blind, that is. It was, I didn't even weigh and measure it. It was maybe 6 inches. Just a wee little guy. He swam away. I don't know if he's going to survive it. Hooked him through the mouth and literally directly up through the top of the head. He was so small. He swam away fine, so maybe he'll be permanently derpy. I don't know how you would survive that without some kind of brain damage. I'm gonna move this pole though. I haven't got any damn action off of it at all. I want to put it right over here. There's a little canal that flows through between Lake Helena and Hauser Reservoir. I'm gonna drop it right at that causeway. Hey, Anonymous. Well, considering I've never seen one in person, I believe it would have been okay, SoCal. Well, you missed it. I'll have to grab another one. But I figured out why I keep getting just little nibbles on it. It's baby walleye. Anonymous, you got a license? Yeah, I have a license. Hey, Fishy Fingers. Anonymous, do you have a license? A license for what, y'all? To fish? I have a license. You're under 18. Oh, you don't need a... Here, once you're 12, I think you got to start buying your fishing license. $16 in most states. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's 12 here in Montana. Under 12, you can fish for free. Over 12, or 12 and over, you're required to get a fishing license and conservation license. Drag peeling, oh yeah, that last walleye. I don't know if I was going to be able to hold on to the pole or not. It was a monster. That's one thing that I know is, I would assume they're in Lake Helena as well because they're in Hauser, which is right behind, and they're connected. But they have bigmouth buffalo, and there's a couple of pictures on FishBrain. This chick last year caught, it was like a 37-pound bigmouth buffalo, right, just, I don't know, maybe 50 feet down from where I'm at, over on Hauser. These are, yeah, I'm on my carbon fiber pole and carbon fiber rod. What I caught it on, I think it was the 1000 series, so it's ultralight. Unless I'm fishing for big pike or tiger muskie, or throwing bigger lures, I use the ultralight for everything. Well, it's almost an ultralight. It's a medium light fast action. God, when I first came through here, there's another fishing access site on this same lake. I pulled up this morning, and somebody had been carp fishing there. There were like 15 massive dead carp on the shore. I hate that people do that, but somebody was cleaning up. There was just a whole pile of them. They all had to be 8 to 12 pounders. Somebody just went on a carp slaughtering spree. I always throw them in so they can get bigger, so I can catch them again. So many people seem to think that common carp are an invasive species, and in most water bodies around the United States, they're not. They're one of the few fish you'll catch in those water bodies that are actually a native species. People do that around here. White sucker you'll see on the bank all the time, common carp, and then on the Missouri River you'll see goldeye just litter the banks. The goldeye are, I think, I don't know if they're an invasive species, but they're just a pest. They so overwhelm and outnumber every other species in the water. But I would imagine they just wreak havoc on the breeding of other things in there. It does, fishy fingers. I agree. Especially with carp. From what I understand, in most water bodies, the common carp, they're beneficial for the ecosystem. They keep the water quality higher just being in there. They clean up all the garbage. They eat all the dead shit. And again, they're one of those fish that they're so fun to catch, and they get so big. It's a shame for people to pluck them out, just toss them on the shore and waste them. You know, like there are a handful of times I've been fishing and people are like, hey, you know, could I have that? I got a pet raccoon or, you know, whatever that would eat fish.
I'm hungry.
I know you're hungry, Damien. Stop repeating yourself. But yeah, so, you know, I'll give it to them to take home for their raccoon or whatever to eat. Damien, no. Do not fall in there, buddy, please. You don't have a life. Don't fall in there. You don't have a life jacket on, and I do not feel like getting wet today. Yeah, it's the Asian carp. Yeah, and people commonly, they just think carp is carp is carp. They don't realize there's different kinds of carp. And yeah, again, the common carp is native in almost every North American water body. The Asian carp is not. Hey, Deborah. I don't know. I don't think we have them around here. I do know that it's a problem in certain regions in the United States as well as other places around the world. People get them as for their ponds or, you know, their fish tanks, and they just end up dumping them out, flushing them down the toilet, whatever, and they end up in our water systems. And they rapidly reproduce. I gave a homeless guy a fish last week. He actually ate it, so I don't mind killing it for that. And that's just it, SoCal. Like I said, 99% of the time I'm going to throw them back. But every once in a while I do while I'm catching them. Somebody will be like, hey, can I have that? Well, yeah. As long as you're not going to fucking waste it, you can have it. I'm in Missouri and they're here. Deborah, not everywhere, but they came up the Mississippi. Yeah, and that's one of those things, Josie, is once they're in one water body, they breed so rapidly and they don't sit still that if there's connected water bodies, they move and they end up inhabiting all of them. I'm not aware of any of them here in Montana. There might be. I'll have to look that up. People, like people have koi ponds. I think people oftentimes will put Asian carp in koi ponds. I know that also some pet stores sell them, like for fish tank, for aquariums. And I think it's also one of those things that they have some invasive species and they're like, oh, well, that's on, you know, the Asian carp's diet. Let's introduce Asian carp to take care of this invasive species, and they end up introducing something that's even worse than the one they're trying to combat. But I think a lot of it's that they've been either legally or illegally introduced to try and contain some other pest fish or pest insect or pest plant that's in water bodies. I don't know, that's a good question, Deborah. I don't know the history of it. I just know that certain regions in the U.S. are really battling with it. That once they get them, it's next to impossible to get them out. Thought they started around Chicago area. It might be. I don't know the history of it. Yeah, so cause see, I thought that had something to do with it. They were introduced for a purpose in a lot of water bodies, and they just didn't realize how crazy they were gonna breed. You can run your boats down rivers and they jump everywhere. Yeah, I've seen videos of that. Floods washed them into nearby rivers and streams, and they began to flourish, and population skyrocketed. Yeah, one of those oops things. Yeah, so I was just looking on Fish Brain, and apparently this water body, there's quite a few 7+ pound rainbows pulled out of here. That's not a bad rainbow. I'd be happy with a 7-pound rainbow. You hear that, fishing pole? Catch me a 7-pound rainbow. Go gadget, 7-pound rainbow. Not go gadget 6-inch walleye. We want. The guy that was here earlier said he caught a 16-pound walleye out of here last year. That's a chunker. My biggest walleye is 6.5 pounds. Fishy says, yeah, we have them here in Oklahoma waterways. Yeah, I know we have grass carp here, but I didn't think that was the same thing as an Asian carp. I've never caught one. I know they're in quite a few of the water bodies around here, but they're one of those species that they normally don't bite off of a worm or something like that. And I don't know if they eat bread balls like the other ones. If you catch or find any, you're supposed to report them and not release back. Yeah. What?
My brain hurt. Where's the pizza? It's supposed to be here.
No, they wouldn't deliver it. We're too far. They said they'd deliver 5 miles, and we're 7.8 miles. So they wouldn't deliver here. And I looked on Grubhub, and there's no restaurants on Grubhub around here. So we're gonna have to leave to get something to eat. You're kicking the pole. Get your foot off the pole. We're gonna have to leave to get food.
Yeah.
But I don't want to leave right now, so you're gonna have to wait.
I have nothing to eat here then.
I'm aware.
Now you eat that while you said it least. Nothing going on. I'm not just gonna wait until no food to just catch fish around.
Jackson, the Asian carp were brought to the Mississippi River for cleanup. That's where it started. Yeah, SoCal posted something. It looks like they were brought into multiple different water bodies in the United States for cleanup. And purposes like that, floods happened and they escaped. And now they're traveling everywhere. But again, like if they're in Mississippi, that water body stretches so far and links in with so many other things that it gives them a super highway to spread. Well, right about now, I wish I was a fly fisherman. I got just huge trout that are surfacing all around me. Well, it sure would be nice if we could catch something else besides a 6-inch walleye. I mean, it was a fish. Caught something. That's nice. But right after I got here, I watched a dude catch four walleye ranging from like 14 inches up to like 25 inches. And all I've been getting is baby bites.
What time is it?
It is 7:26.
So let's go home.
Please, buddy, stop. We go home when I say we go home. Oh, there was another one that jumped. Chunky. Let it go sit in the truck. And stop complaining. Fishing's no fun when I have to listen to you complain the whole time. I gotta turn the camera, you can at least watch the big fish jump. They're surfacing just right out past where my pole is cast. Caught 3 walleyes this year. The biggest was still a 1/2 inch, too short to keep. See, it's the opposite here. You can only keep, in these 2 water bodies, the one that I'm at and the one right behind me, you can only keep 1 over 15 inches. They'll let you keep all the babies you want, but only 1 over 15. I normally wouldn't keep walleye anyway. They're a good fish to eat, but I got plenty of other fish in the freezer, and I prefer northern pike over walleye. The wind or a bite?
It's not a bite.
Oh, man. You guys see those trout jumping out there? I think I've got it on. Yeah, camera should be pointed there. Limit 5, 14 inches there. So they got to be at least 14 inches to keep. Yeah, it's the opposite here in most water bodies. I think they have a minimum size that you can keep. Or they, no, you mean they have to be under 14 inches or over 14 inches? Can you clarify? I think my brain isn't working. SoCal says they will be in Canada before long, probably 14 and over. Okay. Yeah, I think it depends on the water body here. Normally the limits, it's either 5 or 10, and it's 20 inches or above. Sounds stupid, but drop shot, a small worm works awesome for trout here. I mean, that's basically what the high-low rig is acting like, is like a drop shot, except for I have floaters on there. I mean, the only difference with a drop shot is that your hook is connected directly in line. There's no arm, you know, that sticks off your main line. So I don't really think that would be any different. Six bass, only one over 16 inches. Yeah, I think they allow you, it's either 5 or 10 in water bodies around here, but they don't have a size limit on it. Dang wind's blowing my bell around. It's hard to tell if it's a bite or, pretty sure that's just the wind. But yeah, it's the same rig, SoCal, that I caught. I think I caught 9 trout between Thursday and Friday. Just fishing from the bank. Worked pretty well. Oh. Stork just dropped in on on the seagulls there. They're all spreading out. It's like waits for them to find the fish and bullies them all off. They're trying to get the small ones out, overpopulated. I guess that makes sense. It allows the bigger ones to get bigger when there's not so much competition. What are you doing, man? That might have been a nibble. I think we got another baby walleye picking at our bait again. Are you seeing these? That was another fat one that just jumped. Probably why I haven't seen the game warden much the past couple of years.
That's a mean word to say to a fish. Fat. You call someone as a very mean.
I don't think I'm gonna hurt the fish's feelings, buddy. No, I've got 2 of them out. I had a third pole. I'm legally allowed 2, and I had a third one for the kiddo, but he isn't watching it, so I pulled it back in. I've got one. I've got one out to the rear of me in the causeway. Scoot the camera over. There we go. Now you can see both of them. Big fish. Ah, they're just constant surfacing out there. Yeah, no, I'd like to have the third pole and a fourth one out there, but I don't want to explain to a game warden why I'm the only one touching the other 2 poles. So we'll keep them in. Nope, I got 2 poles out. There was just the one. It's actually, the line is in the water behind and to the left of me. I'll show you. There's a little. Let me show you guys where I'm at. They don't hear that. It's coming from my mic, not the camera. All right, so this is where I'm fishing. This is Lake Helena. Get out of the way. Quit being a pest. And then right behind me, this is a causeway. It just, there's a little jetty that runs between Lake Helena and Hauser Reservoir. So this right here is Lake Helena, but if you literally cross over, there's a dike right here. If you cross the road right here, we're now in a completely different water body that has completely different regulations, and this is called Hauser Lake or Hauser Reservoir. But this is where the guy right here is, where he was catching all the walleye earlier, just with a bobber and leeches. And I'm just literally 20 feet away over here fishing in this on the other side of the causeway here, and I'm catching nothing and babies. So, but there have been people pulling into parking spots all up and down this road since I've been here. I haven't seen anybody catch anything except for the guy right over there in the corner that was just cleaning up on walleye. Josie says, "Oh, I thought you only had one. I was watering my garden, just listening." Well, it's all right, multitasking. That's being productive. Fishy Figures says, "Oh, that's another thing they changed a couple of years ago. I went from 3 poles to 7 poles." Yeah, see, it depends on which fishing region you're in here. So in all of the regions, there's different number of poles and hooks allowed, whether you're in a lake, river, or excuse me, a river or a stream. Most of them allow 1 pole, 2 hooks. But if you're in a lake, a reservoir, or a pond, they allow 2 poles, 2 hooks per person. But that's Central Fishing District in Montana. If you go an hour northeast or east of here, you get into the Eastern Fishing District, and they allow 6 poles, 6 hooks in all water bodies. That's why I go over there to catfish. or fish for sturgeon. But yeah, here I'm limited. If I'm in a river or a stream, I can only have one pole. That's why I usually prefer fishing in lakes, reservoirs, and ponds. One pole it just gets boring. Unless I'm throwing lures all day. But even then, I like to put another pole into silk while I throw lures. You hollered a big fish. I was like, what? Where? I guess it was swimming by. That's what I meant. Oh, yeah, they're surfacing. They're jumping all over the damn place out here. Like 50 feet out, from where I'm at, there's probably 5-6 pound rainbows coming up quite often. They're big. Big rainbow would be cool. I'd rather catch a big walleye though. The state record for walleye was set probably about, I don't know, 10 miles downstream from here. Because this is all the Missouri River. The Missouri River fills up all of these lakes and reservoirs around here. About 10-15 miles downstream is Holter Lake. And they just set a new state record last year. I think it was last year. It was like 33 pounds. Something ridiculous like that. I'll have to look. 31 pounds, 33 pounds. Just a chunker. I didn't even know walleye got that big. That'd be a hell of a fish to catch, eh? The thing that drives me crazy about state records like that, though, here, in order to get it into the record book, you have to, you basically end up killing the damn fish, because it's got to be taken from the water body, transported to somewhere that's got a certified scale, so either the post office or a grocery store or a fish, wildlife, and park facility. And then from there, you either have to call Fish, Wildlife, and Park out, or again, bring it to a Fish, Wildlife, and Park facility for them to validate the weight and length measurement on it before it goes in the record book. And how the hell are you gonna transport a fish around that long without killing it, especially a monster fish? It'd be a different thing if you could just call FWP when you landed it, just keep it in a net in the water body where you're at, but I don't think they do house calls. What, man? Deborah Pratt's or Pot says those Asian carp are now in Lake Erie and moving into surrounding lakes in the Canadian Ocean. Serious. The silver Asian carp can be dangerous because when they hear a noise, they can jump. Oh, those are the ones you see all the videos of people driving down the river and getting footballed with flying carp. They jump 3 feet high and landing in, yeah. Yeah, it's just wild. Spooks them and they start fucking, the whole school of them starts projectiling themselves into people in the boat. Then go sit in the truck, man. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. A boat and ripping it and jumping in the boat. Yeah. Yeah, I honestly, I don't know how you even get rid of them at this point. It's one of those things that even if you were to catch, 95% of them, 99%, there's that 1% is still going to repopulate. You can definitely do things to control the numbers, but not eradicate them. Yeah, I've seen videos of people bowfish for carp. Yeah, Deborah, once they get in those water bodies, they spread. Try to shock them here and there and take them out. You'd think that would be a possibility. Like Josie, yeah, they do that to try and control the numbers, and they kill a huge, amount of them. But you leave two left in a pair of water body, and they again just start reproducing like crazy. That's the problem with them is they reproduce so quickly and efficiently in the climates that they've been introduced to. Do you think it's going to affect the food chain on other fish? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it screws with the whole ecosystem. I think the biggest problem with them is, and the reason that people, I think in general, hate carp is one of carp's favorite food is fish eggs. So they devour the eggs during all the spawns for all the other species that are there. I drank my cookie. What's up? I drank my cookie. How you doing? Well, these fish are just being picky today. I like how it's still day for you and it's night for me. It's 7:53 p.m. here, so we have approximately 2 hours of daylight left here. Sun starts setting around 10 p.m. I think. Did you eat your milk? So I was gonna say, I assume you are the proud owner of a blender. What's the bait? We're just using worms. So I have a high-low rig set up, which is a steel leader about 24 inches long, and then it's got 2 standoffs on it, which are like a metal T that makes your hook stand off, and then probably 8-inch leader fluoro on each of those with a hook. But on that leader is a floating ball, a yellow one on the top and a pink one on the bottom, and it just helps keep the bait floating up from the leader, and then a sinker on the bottom. So it's a modified bottom rig. It floats the worms about a foot to 16 inches off the bottom of the lake bed. It's a setup that I use often for bank fishing for trout, and it works really well usually. Again, we've had tons of activity on one pole, not this pole. I don't know why that is. This pole's been getting bites the entire time I've been here, but I've only managed to set one of them. Wonder where are you at? This is just outside of Helena, Montana, the capital of Montana. And the lake we're fishing on is Lake Helena. Oh, another nibble. Nibble. Come on. We need more than a nibble. Come on. Oh. Are you going to take it? Come on. Oh, don't tease me like that. Come on now. 2 little nibbles, and then you're done. Well, apparently that's it. They're just gonna nibble and steal my bait and then run away. Well, apparently no fish. He's just teasing. Oh. So kind of like a Kentucky rig. I am unfamiliar with what a Kentucky rig is. Next time I reel this in, I'll show you guys. Rod, you ever use a rattle trap? It sounds vaguely familiar. I don't know offhand what exactly a rattle trap is though. Can you describe it? It's a teardrop shaped chrome lipless crankbait, heavy, has rattles, kind of flat on the side. Yeah, I have a few of those. I use them every once. I don't think I've ever caught anything off of them. In fact, I think I have 2 or 3 of them in my truck. What are you catching off of them? Bass, I assume? I've thrown them at the local pond trying to get the bass to bite on them. No luck. I've thrown them and trolled with them for pike. I've never gotten a pike bite off of them. I've never tried them for rainbow or walleye though. They're right in here. I mean, they're all over around here. That guy, I mean, he was here 2 hours and caught 4 walleye, 20 feet from me. But again, he was using leeches. Ooh, there's a nibble, I think. He's dang baby walleye. Basically, a Kentucky rig is like a crappy rig set up with 2 hooks, 1 high, 1 low, then a sinker at the bottom and a bobber at the top. I do that sometimes too with the high-low rig. The problem is this. Most of the bobbers that I have aren't very big. I need to get some big bobbers. But the steel leader's so heavy that it sinks the damn bobber usually. Even if I take the sinker off the end of it. That's a Kentucky rig, huh? But yeah, it's basically a crappy rig. They're sold as a saltwater rig usually. I started using them for catfish because catfish have a really bad habit of tangling themselves up in shit, sticks, weeds, rocks. The bigger ones especially, they've been caught enough times or somehow have learned, that if you get caught up, if you can wrap yourself around something and break it off, that you can get free. So I've lost a good number of big catfish. So I switched, because that's what I started fishing with, was a crappy rig for them. One that I would tie myself with heavier line. but I switched to the steel leader because they don't break it. And then I started using that same rig setup for carp because carp do a lot of the same mischievous bullshit that the catfish do, especially when you get them close to the shore. They run, you know, right up along the shore and they tangle themselves up in crap. But since I always have one on, you know, one or more of my poles, I started trying to find different ways to just continue to use it because you're allowed 2 hooks. I like to fish with 2 hooks unless I'm fishing with, you know, a lure. So I've got all sorts of weird variants of it that I use depending on what I'm fishing for and where I'm fishing. That's fine if you're fishing bottom. Bobber just keeps the bait upright. Yeah, see, again, mine it's on the leaders that stick off of the arms. I have added, they're just round floater balls that slide up and down that leader, which makes your bait hooks then float up to the sides of the rig and keeps it off the bottom. But I use it a lot for trout that way, and it seems to really work well if you're shore fishing, bank fishing. Otherwise, I troll for them. I don't know, I have had a couple of nibbles here. I'm gonna pull this line in and check my bait, and I'll show you guys the rig. Oh, good Lord, did he tangle me around something? How? That bite I had over here managed to find a stick, a rock, something. Oh, there we go. All right, I got it free. So yeah, we have main line here, which is just 30-pound braid. I usually do a little bead. Acts as an attractant and keeps me from pulling the swivel through or into the tip of my pole. And a clip. Then we have our high-low rig, which is just this steel leader here. Again, it's about 24 inches, maybe a little bit longer than that, 28 inches. And it's just got 2 arms off of it, just like a crappie rig. They each have beads, an attractant bead, and this just keeps whatever's on the end of it from your leader line. And I got 8-10 inches of fluoro with this floating ball, and this again keeps your bait floating in the water rather than resting on the bottom. And then just some bait hooks. So then I got a full worm on there. The bottom one I have a pink ball instead of the yellow, and this one I just have little chunks of worm. Used to be a full worm. I think the bite that I had ate half my worm, and then just a little sinker on the bottom. But again, oftentimes I'll run, you know, a bobber at the top of this to try and keep the whole rig upright in the water. I need to get some new bobbers, some bigger ones. It's a really handy rig though. It's really versatile. You can fish for lots of different species with it, whether you're bottom fishing or again trying to get it, you know, slightly up off the bottom. Or again, if I were to take the weight off of this and had a big enough bobber, I could actually then float it whatever, you know, distance from the top of the water that I want. But again, you're allowed 2 hooks, you know, use it. And they make rigs like this that have, you know, any number of arms on it. Because a lot of places you can, like again in eastern Montana, you can have 6 hooks. So you could get a rig like this that would allow you 6 standoffs. So you can cast on a single pole. Yeah, they're pretty versatile. Again, a lot of people will use drop shots and various other things, you know, the crappy rigs, that they're all really similar, and I don't think one really has a huge advantage over the other. Umbrella rig, I have one of those. That's the one that's got multiple little fish on it. I don't know how you would bank fish with one of those, though. They're primarily for trolling. I've got one, I've trolled with it a few times. I've never caught anything on it, though. I would think it'd be a frickin' trout magnet, but I've tried trolling it in a couple of different really good trout lakes, and the other poles that I have out always are, you know, getting lit up and the umbrella rig doesn't get any action. What I should have brought today that I didn't, besides leeches, is corn. Oh, there's more fish jumping out there. Come eat my bait. Stop eating bugs. So I was rainbow trout fishing the last couple of days at Willow Creek, and I normally don't keep rainbows, but my mom had asked me to keep some to smoke for her because she really likes smoked trout. So I kept a couple of the smaller ones and was filleting them, or gutting them rather, and opened up their stomachs, and both of them were just absolutely packed with little snails, which is interesting to me. The past few years, every fish that I've caught, I do the same with. I always look in their stomach to see what they're eating on. And the last 2 years, every fish that I've opened up had basically nothing but crawfish, crawdads in them. And these fish that I caught yesterday and the day before, no crawfish, but just absolutely packed. Like, I don't even understand why they were biting on my hook. Like, their tummies were just full. Little tiny snails. It made me wonder if there's any, can you buy snails to use as bait? Josie says, Jackson, where are you from? Oh, he's in Oklahoma. I don't know. I guess you could always go flip rocks and find snails. I don't know how well they'd fish as bait. But it was just interesting to me, just the shift, you know, that previous years it's been all crawdads, crawfish, and this year it's all snails. Just says, I was asking because I wondered what kind of fish you had around. Jackson says, I've never trout fished or even ate a trout. I've never been huge into trout fishing because I've never caught, you know, a really big trout, and all the trout that I have caught, they don't fight very well normally. But the last couple of days I went out specifically targeting rainbows, I managed to catch a new PB. I caught a 4.5 pounder, 23 inch, which is a fairly sizable rainbow trout, and it actually fought pretty well. I don't care to eat them. A lot of people like eating them. Why, I don't know. To me, of all the fish, all the different species of fish that I've eaten, trout, especially rainbow trout, has been one of the gamiest tasting fish. They're just a very fishy tasting fish. I much prefer northern pike or walleye or perch. But a lot of people here, salmon and trout are really popular to smoke. And they're not bad smoked, but they are pretty fishy. I don't like cooking fish with their skin on. All the oils and then the bloodline, that runs down the side of them, you get that dark meat in it, and that's where all of the fishy taste comes from. And when people smoke them, they normally smoke them whole with the head on and everything. So you get all that, the fish oils and the fishy taste that goes all through your smoked meat. Brown trout are supposedly different, though. I've never eaten a brown. I've caught a handful of brown. Brown are like what you were describing in some of your water bodies. Most water bodies around here, you can't keep browns, and if you do, or if you can, a lot of the water bodies, it's only if you're 14 years or younger, you can keep one that's above 15. It's really, really particular rules about keeping browns. But apparently they're a white meat, not a red meat, and they are better eating than rainbows. I've caught so few of them, though. I've never tasted one. And there's multiple other species of trout here in Montana, too, that I've never caught. There's cutthroat. Ooh, bite. That was a decent bite, finally. You on there still? No? Just fucking with me? But yeah, so there's off camera. Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of different variants, crossbreeds, hybrids. There's also golden trout, which are fairly rare from what I understand. They're only in a handful of like mountain lakes and streams here. But they're on my bucket list. They're a really neat looking trout. I had another bite and I missed it. Yeah, they're over here hitting this pole in the causeway. But then salmon are also part of the trout family as well. And we have kokanee salmon here, which they're actually super fun to catch. Usually you got to fish for them in we also have lake trout. That's another one on my bucket list. Lake trout here get massive. You can catch 30, 40 pound lake trouts. What was I saying? Oh, salmon. Yeah, so salmon, like a lake trout, are normally fished much deeper in the water column. They have, from what I understand, they prefer 53 to 58 degrees Fahrenheit water temperature, which can be fairly deep, 40 foot, 50 foot, 60, 100 foot, depending on the water body. So you usually have to either jig fish for them, like, dropping straight down from the boat, or you troll with downriggers or other means to get your bait, your lures way down deep. But lake trout, that's one that I really would like to get. I went on Father's Day to a water body near here that's full of big lake trout and walleye and pike and a whole bunch of other stuff. It's called Tiber Reservoir. I got completely skunked though. Again, picking the crap out of the pink one. They like the pink ball. Nothing's touching the damn yellow ball. I'm gonna throw you back out there. That was the first decent hit I've had all day. Bass trout, blue. They're just taunting. That's been my day all day today. No hook sets, which is the problem when you're not holding the pole in your hand all day. Similar to here, we have walleye, and just a drive for me to get to. Yeah, we have them in a lot of water bodies around here, and some very sizable ones. I've never been that great at catching them. That's one of the fish I would love to get better at. I did fluke and catch a pretty big one. It was, oh, I'd have to check fish brain, but I want to say it was 6.5 or 6.8 pounds and almost 30 inches. There we go. Guy over there just caught a rainbow. Like probably 2-3 pounds. Oh, there's another bite. Just a nibble. See, he's fishing right over on the other side of the causeway from me. I think there's a school of fish that's passing under. Sturgeon also were crappie. We do have perch and gar. Yeah, we've got three species of sturgeon here. Shovel nose, pallid, and white sturgeon. I've caught both shovel nose and paddle, but I've never caught a white. I think they're only in a couple of different lakes here. I want to say it's in western Montana. That one's on my bucket list. They can get to be absolutely massive.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Yeah, shovel nose are fairly common here, and they do get decent sized. Pallid sturgeon get bigger, but they're extremely endangered. You're not even supposed to take them out of the water if you catch them. And then the white sturgeon, I don't know how rare they are. I just know that they're only in a couple of water bodies here, and they get to be absolute behemoths. Killer kayak fishing. Hey, what's up, Killer Kayak Fishing? How you doing? Well, I'm gonna see what there is for dinner. Good luck. Appreciate it. Fishy fingers. I'm here for probably maybe another hour, and then I'm gonna have to hop out and get some dinner too. I'm just trying to catch something besides the weenie walleye that I picked up earlier. But appreciate you stopping through and hanging out. I may stream again tomorrow. I might come back to this area because this is one of the few places that I found that I could launch my boat and it actually has cell signal. So Killer Kayak Fishing says, what are you trying to catch? There are really good sized walleye in the two water bodies that I'm sitting on, and really good sized rainbow trout. I know that there's other stuff in here as well, carp and perch, and I think there's pike in here as well, but I'm baited up for walleye right now. Walleye or rainbow. They've been biting on worms and leeches. I don't have leeches, unfortunately, because that's what they were really hitting on earlier today, the guy next to me. I'm just fishing on worms right now. Walleye don't bite like bass do, I guess. The couple of walleye that I've caught previously before today were really good bites. I mean, they bit and they ran with it. I didn't really have to worry about trying to set the hook or anything. They're a predator. They'll bite on a lot of different things, but they're one of those fish that one day they'll bite on worms, the next they'll bite on leeches, the next day they'll bite on anything, the next crankbaits work really well. Sometimes people catch them off spoons. The ones that I've caught in the past were off crankbaits. They're normally a bycatch when I'm fishing for northern pike. All right, well, I must have missed the school coming through here. I got one good bite and then they left. My PB walleye, let me look it up on FishBrain. Pretty sure it was 6.5 or 6.8 pounds. I don't know if you guys use FishBrain, but so on FishBrain you can track all of your catches. So I can just go to species, And
Motion detected in the
walleye. This is my PB. 6 pounds, 12 ounces, 27.5 inches. Not a monster, but really good size. That was actually, believe it or not, my first walleye catch and my PB. Thanks, Josie. Yeah, again, that was a complete bycatch. I was fishing for pike, and it just happened to latch onto the lure that I was using. But most of the people, from what I understand around here, they do really good catching walleye on a jig and a worm or a jig and a leech. They'll either slow troll with them or they spot lock over them and just jig. Yeah, I thought the one I caught earlier was bad. That's something else right there. Yeah, I mean, I need to get some binoculars to really see it. But yeah, this guy just got a walleye about yay big on the end of his hook. He just threw it right back out there as bait. Launched my worm off. I'm not quite done yet, but I'll be done soon.
Not done fishing?
Almost done. Just packing up.
Motion detected in the side yard. Motion detected in the motion detected in the side yard. side yard.
Oh, they are not biting. They no likey me. I think we're about gonna stay here for about another 15 minutes or so. And if there's no bites, we're gonna pack up and head out, get something to eat. I will likely be live tomorrow morning, maybe. I'm gonna try and take the boat out and do some live streaming from the boat.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Alrighty guys, appreciate y'all joining me today. Hope you had fun watching. We will be live again hopefully tomorrow sometime. I may come back to this area with my boat. I may go somewhere else. I have not decided yet. But that is it for today's stream. We're gonna go get some dinner. Thanks for stopping by. Tight lines, y'all. I'll catch you again tomorrow.